I think it's time to start our public hearing on the ordinance to moving Sand Lick precinct voting location to 2370 Sand Lick Road, Birchleaf, Virginia, 24220. And we are going to have a public hearing. If anyone would like to speak on this, or if anyone that's listening would like to call in, the number is 276-333-0357 if you'd like to make a public comment on our public hearing to move Sand Lick precinct.
Madam Chair, I mentioned this is going to be moving it to the, it's referred to commonly as what, the Old Benny's Restaurant. Richard, is that what? Yeah, commonly referred to.
I was going to turn it over to Richard if anybody had any questions.
That's right.
Because his district.
I heard that she didn't want to do it, and they said she changed her mind.
Richard, is that not in the flood zone also? Because that next house there is.
Would think it probably is.
I think it is, but I don't think they're participating in the program. I don't think.
You don't think they're going to participate? Well, how well handicap accessible is that? I've been in it for birthday
We're
parties.
going to, actually, that's something each year that we have to certify to the State Board of Elections. And what we normally do is Mr. Rakes goes out and checks all polling locations, and then anything that needs any work or upgrades, some things can be done just on the day of. We can use little ramps and little pieces and things we have to do, but we have to get in compliance. He always gives a list to my maintenance department. We have to go out and anything that needs to be done.
Have you
we'll
been
take
up
care of
there?
that. I have.
It's got a step up also in one room, so are you not going to use
We're
the?
not using that step.
You're
up.
gonna
It'll all
use
be
that
just in the
bottom
room if
floor.
you first come in right there. Everything's
Yeah, I've
set
been
up.
in it for birthday parties, and I couldn't remember if it was that accessible to handicap. I wasn't that handicapped when I went over there.
Okay, where's that at exactly?
Benny's old restaurant.
Used to be.
Benny's old restaurant,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, I knew it had to be in the flood zone because Sonny and Sheldon's house is the next house, and it's in the flood zone. They've done moved out because they have electrical problems. Their basement's full of water.
That store he used to have there, it actually flooded. Since the '67 flooded.
Yeah. There must have been a store there because there's a, like a
He had a store
sign
there.
about where you get between Benny's and her house. There's a sign.
Yeah, there's a little, used to be a little convenience store back at the
Yeah,
station.
Sheldon and was already moved out. They moved up on the ridge in a trailer.
Leave it for the schoolhouse?
And y'all are voting at the, what, the bank now, or what?
It was the workforce development building, used to be a
Okay,
bank
yeah.
there.
This will give you a lot more room though to park
Yeah, it's terrible to park.
and campaign, you know, you couldn't
That bank
campaign
building
there
not
on
working
that
last year.
or the building. So anyway, this will give you a little bit more room there, won't it?
Yeah, it will. Yeah, there should be plenty of parking there if the
And
poll workers
if
and
you
the
were,
people.
what,
will park
40
there.
foot away, how far would 40 foot away for you to campaign?
And you'd have to be,
It's 40 foot, isn't it?
yeah, it's 40 foot.
Yeah. So they're gonna just drive right up. That's why they do it Brushing, it's hard to campaign Brushing. They drive right up to the door. And you can't hard campaign at Brushing.
You know, a lot of the food candidates, they wanna just pull in and vote.
And
leave.
then, well, but you know, they always want to see a sample ballot. And, you know, same way with Hurl, they drive right up to the door, and there's no place to campaign.
We was out in locations. We was starting to sweat where we was gonna find a place. They finally let us use that.
4 years?
I
I
thought
didn't know
about,
it was
Larry said, y'all was looking also at that one down there next to the clinic. Looks like that one would have been better.
Ever could get them people to call us back.
Oh, you couldn't
Did
get
the people
them.
ever call you back from the clinic down there, that building?
Kayla did, Kayla was working with them, and she never said that they did. I'm not saying that
You don't think about it, you
they
get
did.
rid of it.
Yeah, I know we was trying to,
Hello,
That'd have
Dave.
been a good place, cause that'd give you plenty
And
of
you,
room
I
to
did believe it.
campaign and everything.
Contact.
We have so many people on the ridge that want to see a sample ballot. they'll come up and they'll say, let me
It
see
kept
your
raining and then you was gone.
You know, I know that you're but they'll
Well,
see
you
the
know.
ballot, just see who's on the ticket.
I'm not the best in the world. No, what were they? I was at a meeting. Music
I
started
didn't
playing on
hand
my
out
phone.
sample ballots the last election.
You didn't?
And
I think we got on the ridge. Oh, I did, I've done it for years.
I forgot it.
I've done it for 30 years.
I said, thank you, honey.
You know, I was supporting different people.
After I couldn't,
Didn't wanna do
after I
that.
couldn't, work the election, I started working outside. When I started working in the county, you can't work inside. Constitutional officers can, but county employees can.
I think they got LMAs now. Oh,
If there's no
And,
comment, I think I'll go ahead and close this public hearing. Is that okay? And we'll go into the next one at 5:50. We got 2 more minutes. I need a motion, I guess, to close this public hearing.
I'll make a
There's no
motion.
calls, are there? Adam, okay,
I'll make that motion. Close the public hearing.
okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second to close the public hearing?
second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
But Jada's getting the house that
Hearing that we have today, and this public hearing is on the behavioral health, the Dickinson County Behavioral Health, the fiscal year 2025 performance contract. And I noticed Mr. Kevin Mullins is here with behavioral health. And we have a public hearing if anyone would like to make a comment on the behavioral health program and the budget. And you also can call in 276-333-0357 and make a comment also. Anyone have any questions on the behavioral health fiscal year performance contract? Kevin, you need to speak or anything?
I can speak to this if you want me to.
All right, I appreciate it.
Madam Chairman, of course, this is something we do every year. It's something
Yes.
very routine. Basically, what we have to do as behavioral health behavioral health organization is have to have the locality's permission to operate in this locality. So that's really what this is about. Every year, we sign a contract with the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health, and in that contract, we agree to certain services and how we're going to do those, the metrics that they're going to use to measure those performance outcomes, for our services and those kind of things. So over the years, of course, we have grown tremendously as an agency. I think that I hope that the county recognizes what behavioral health, has been able to do for the county. We've grown from about a $3 million a year budget up to about a $7 million a year budget this year, and grown from about 33 employees 5 years ago to 72, 73 employees now. So unfortunately, we are growing. There is a need in the community for behavioral health and,
Yes.
substance abuse treatment and those kind of things. And we've tried to answer that need for the community, as much as we possibly can. So this is just like I said, it's just a routine we have to go through every year, basically getting the locality's permission to operate in the locality here.
Thank you, Kevin. Anyone got a question? Anybody on the board got a question?
I just have one.
Sure.
If I may. On this Exhibit A, developmental services,
Uh-huh.
the expenditures exceeded the revenues by 50,000. What was that?
Which one are you at?
It says Exhibit A, developmental services.
Yes, the developmental services. That is our, developmental services serves our ID and DD population. It is what they used to call mental retardation years ago. And of course, that phrase has kind of gone out of popularity, and it's now considered intellectual and developmental disability programs. It's an expensive program to run. It is. By the time you take in account like our housing, we have 2 group homes now that we have to pay staff 24 hours a day in there. And off this first year, the reason that it exceeded it is we opened an actual new group home. We ended up having to put out money to open that group home. That was a large expenditure this last year, and we will recapture that, with Medicaid billing throughout the next, several years coming.
Yeah. So you took that 50 out of your contingencies, or?
We took it out of some of our contingency money that we do have. We're able to make that up so we could purchase that house and do the renovations that we need in order to house 4 more individuals that otherwise would be housed throughout the state. Unfortunately, a lot of times because of the lack of inpatient care and local homes for individuals to go to, we end up sending people literally all over the state. We have people located on the other side of Richmond and up towards Alexandria, and we really want to make sure we try to get those people home, close to their families when we can. So that's why we chose to open this second home. And it's an expensive habit to get into once you start opening these group homes and stuff. I know Dana can attest to, the inpatient side and the money that it costs for brick and mortar operations these days.
Thank you.
Yes.
Kevin, it's a very nice second home you open. I'm thankful that we have that and have the additional capacity in the county. So.
Absolutely. We love it when we can keep local people here in the community and close to their families. I think it's so important that families can come down and they'll take some of the individuals out to, they'll take their sister to, dinner at night on a Saturday night and those kind of things. And that's just something not possible when they're, located all throughout the state. So, who knows? There may even be, more to come down the road. But one of the issues that we always have, and I'm sure we're not the only people in the county, but staffing is always an issue. Just really trying to find people, seems like now, that are willing to work, especially, shift work. Nights, weekends, holidays, it's a real challenge, and if it wasn't a challenge, I think we could probably make do with opening 4 or 5 more homes, as far as the need being there. But staffing is definitely an issue here, and not just in the behavioral health field. I think it's, everybody feels that crunch of staffing right now.
Well, how many ladies do you have in there?
It's men and
Men
women.
and women.
So it's the home model that we use is for residents. They really don't want you to go over that. They don't want this to be a institutional type setting. It needs to be a home. This is supposed to be something, this is their home. That's what it is. We purchased this. We have a staff member that's there, but we really consider them renters in the home, that they're there and they become it becomes kind of a family unit, and we intentionally keep it only at 4 residents because of that. Anything over that, the state actually punishes you by giving you a lower rate of pay from Medicaid, because again, the push is to make it as homely as possible, and you do that with a smaller number in that home.
That's what you have out here at the.
We've got the
Lambert
Victory House that's right across from where
Yeah.
you turn down to Foxtown.
How many, there are 4 there?
There's 4 there, and then we have 4 at the new Freedom House, which is located, the first house on the left down Brush Creek.
I used to inspect the Victory
Mm-hmm.
House, and it was homey. And I guess you could make do with probably 3 or 4 more of them, or maybe,
You most certainly could. I mean, you really could, but again, staffing is really the biggest
Yeah.
issue right now. It's just, it's hard to find people that, for some reason, that's really willing to work and stay with it, you know, and I've always really touted the, you know, behavioral health services in terms of it being a place that you can come and start a career and easily put in a 30-year career there with us. I mean, I'm living proof of that, you know, and we have several individuals there that started out at the very bottom. I mean, my clinical director started out as an aide in the Victory House in the home and have worked their way up. So I think it's a great place to have a career, but staffing is a huge issue.
Anyone in the audience got any questions for Kevin?
I got a comment to make about it. Honest, he's telling you the truth. This county could use more if they had more people willing to work. Because I have a mentally handicapped sister, and they wanted to send her from to Alexandria, Virginia. And it's like, no, there's no way. And we finally got her into a place over in over in Abington, until one opened here in Wise. We was waiting on this one to open, and they had to do so much renovation to that house that it took longer than what they expected. And I needed to really move her, so.
Again, we really like providing, you know, services for people right here close to home. I mean, that's, you know, just to give you an update while we're waiting here, you know, we're partnering with the school this year down at the old Clintwood Elementary to try to provide a brand new program, an intensive outpatient program down there that keeps our kids here. These are kids that may very well otherwise be sent to Wise, you know, to the Minnick School and possibly even out of school placement, have to stay at home and those things. So we're very proud on trying to open these new programs and start these new programs so we can keep our children and again, our adults right here in the county.
There's a gentleman at the Victory House from over my way that has been there for years. And I just don't know where he would be because there's no family. There's nobody had been there to take care of him, and he's been a long time resident of the Victory House.
We see that frequently. A lot of times their parents will pass on, and sometimes other members of the family just don't have the ability to care for them, you know, don't have room in their homes and those things. So there needs to be placement sometimes for those individuals.
And I think he was an only child.
Yeah.
So he probably didn't
have
I
brothers
don't
and
know that there
sisters.
was anybody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had several at Victory House for several years. I
Yeah.
mean, it is most certainly their home. We've got one gentleman there that's been there for over 20 years now, so
Well,
it most certainly becomes their home.
Yeah.
I've worked with their staff a lot over the years. They do a wonderful job.
I appreciate that.
It's much needed what they do, and I'm just thankful that they're there and they'll provide the services that you do provide for our city.
I think we've got an excellent relationship, of course, with the Sheriff's Department. Jeremy's back here, and he actually sits on our board now, and we've always had an excellent relationship with the Sheriff's Department and the local police departments and work very closely with them. We've spent, you know, a lot of nights in the emergency rooms, you know, dealing with individuals at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, and that's just part of it, so.
I appreciate everything you do for our county, the group of people that work with you and for you there. I just can't say enough good
We've
things
got a
about
good
it.
group. I would put my group against anybody in the state. I hear horror stories from some of the other executive directors, you know, about some employee stuff, and I'm very proud of our staff. I'm very proud that we're very innovative in the way that we start programs. We've got 2 programs going right now that we're the first in the state that are doing those. I've actually got counties from Eastern Virginia calling and asking about how we're managing these programs that we've started. So I've got a staff that's most certainly willing to take on challenges, and as the community has needs, we try to find solutions for it.
thank you, Kevin. I appreciate what you do
Absolutely.
also.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
thank you, Kevin.
I think it's now time to start our regular board meeting. Before we start, I'll recognize the people that are here. We've got Mr. Sturgill, our county attorney, Mr. Martin, our county administrator, and all 5 board members are present, plus our clerk, Teresa Law, and also our economic director, Miss Dana Cronkite. And I always like to recognize our elected officials. I noticed we have Mr. Mullins from the Commissioner's office, and I saw Jeremy from the Sheriff's Department back there. And I'll call the meeting to order, and I will do the silent prayer this afternoon. And as we bow in your presence, Holy Father, we ask you, God, that you would just bless those that are less fortunate than we are, and we thank you, God, for this day that you've given us, and Father, the strength that you've given each one of us, God, to come and see it and try to do county business. Lord, lead and guide and direct us to make the right decision for our county, and we never fail to give you praise and honor for everything. Amen.
Amen.
And Mr. Sturgill, I have never asked you to do the pledge.
Thank you.
So tonight I'm giving you the honor.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Okay. The next thing on our agenda is to approve the minutes, and we have several minutes that we've had. I guess Teresa got caught up. We had a public hearing on June the 12th of '24, a special call meeting on June the 12th of '24, also a public hearing on June the 18th of '24, and a public hearing on July the 23rd of '24, and our regular meeting on July the 23rd of '24. If it's the pleasure of the board, do you want to do them individually or together?
Together.
Okay, I need a motion to that effect.
I'll make a motion we approve those minutes of all the items you just listed.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion on any of those minutes? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mrs. Sless?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. The next thing on the agenda is we need to approve the agenda. Is there any additions or subtractions? I think we've already subtracted that one off.
Back there, yes, we will be removing item 8, H,
H, yes.
1, the Route 80.
Okay.
Can I make an addition to the closed meeting, Madam Chairman?
If I'll ask okay, what do you want to add?
Just the reimbursement.
Reimbursement?
Under what code section?
Let me ask Mr. Sturgill if we can add that to a closed session.
Yeah, I don't, that would not qualify under personnel.
Okay, it does not qualify.
Where would we be
Just
able
put
to
it
talk
in
about?
under.
Other business.
Number 10.
Other business? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other additions? Okay. Hearing none, I need a motion to approve the agenda as presented with that one addition.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda that's before us tonight with removing H, 8, H1, and adding reimbursement under number 10.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Is there any other discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Leslie?
Aye.
And I also. The next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. And do you want to take those together or separate? It's the approval of the expenditures, county administrator's report, drug court community work program report, animal control report, fire and rescue report, litter control report, building official report, and the sheriff's office report. And Mr. Fleming, did you want to give yours oral tonight?
Yeah, I'd love to, if you guys have time.
Okay. We will take out Mr. Fleming's and let him do his and oral. Let's vote on those others first, okay? And let's approve A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Need a motion?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion for those.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion on A, B, C, D, E, F, and G?
Yes, I have one comment to make. As I have been doing for the last several months in these rescue calls,
Yeah, I know.
I always try to read over those, what they've been called out for, and unfortunately, Clintwood Rescue Squad has responded to 2 suicide attempts, 2 overdose, and I guess it's the Dickinson County Ambulance Service had one listed as a suicide attempt. And it's just sad that our citizens in our county is having such issues that that this takes place, and it's sad. And there's all kinds of others. And I think I even seen, like welfare check, missing person, I think even one on domestic, and it's sad. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Peggy. Noticed those also. I can't wait to get our rehab program up and going. We need it
Right.
so desperately.
Right.
Mr. Fleming, do you want to go ahead and give yours oral? I'll give you the opportunity if you wanted to.
You got a move in second, but didn't call for a vote.
Oh, I'll let you vote on those. I had a move in a second, I'm sorry. How do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Lutz?
Aye.
And I also, I'm sorry about that. And
That's okay.
okay, Mr. Fleming.
You ready?
Yes.
All righty, I appreciate you guys having me up here again. This is something I would like to do every month. I know you guys got a large agenda sometimes, but love to keep you posted on what's going on throughout the county, and I thought this would be a good way we could do it. I think you guys ought to have all the information in front of you from the report. I think Angie faxed it
We
over
do.
to you a couple days ago. And again, I'm just gonna hit, I'm just gonna go through here and hit some of the calls.
I was amazed at the total calls.
Yeah, so we'll start with the total calls, for the month of July. And it's 2,560 calls for the month of July that came through our dispatch. Again, those could be calls requesting police, fire, and/or rescue, animal control, so on. But we'll start at the top with the 911 hang-up calls. Like we had 53 911 hang-up calls. And as I told you last month, a lot of those 911 hang-up calls, they can be the most dangerous calls that you go on. A lot of those, once we get on scene, we determine that there was a domestic or something like that involved, and then probably half of those calls were changed from a 911 call to a domestic call. Skip on down a few paragraphs. Assist motors, looks like you had 42 assist motors. Mostly that's KIV, that's keys locked in vehicles. Seems like we get a couple of those a day, every day. The BOLO, that's be on the lookout for a vehicle, it's 17. Skip on that, looks like we've done 536 church checks for the month of July. Served 472 civil process papers.
What is that, Jeremy?
So that could be anything.
Witness or-
From a warrant debt to a subpoena to a writ. I mean, there's probably 50 different types of civil process papers that we serve. Sometimes we'll assist the commissioner's office, the treasurer's office with those papers. But most of them are subpoenas to appear in court, is what most of them are.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Skip on down to the domestic calls. Looks like we had 16 for the month. Emergency custody orders, looks like we had 2. Green Oaks and Bristol were the transports for those 2. Almost down to the bottom of the page, which says government patrols, that's campground patrols. Looks like we've done 148 of those for the month. Now, you guys are seeing those other items. If you have any questions about those, just let me know as well. On the second page, motor vehicle accidents, looks like we had 20 for the month. That's a pretty significant number, but that's pretty average, 20, 25 a month usually on motor vehicle accidents. And that takes me back to the first page. I skipped over once, ATV crash. I think actually Richie worked that one and it resulted in a fatality in the Hayside area, and very unfortunate. But looks like we have 540 patrolling checks, and again, like I explained last month, that is typically a road or a house that someone has called in, requested us to patrol. Could be for vacation purposes or maybe suspicious activity or something like that in their neighborhood, and they want us to check on it. So it looks like we've done 540 of those. The request officers, 177. That could be by phone or that could be in person. I didn't break those down to see. Most of them are by phone. I'd say there's a small percentage of those are in person. Security alarms, like at 18 of those. Come on down, suspicious person, vehicle activity, 52 of those for the month of July. 52 traffic stops were conducted by deputies throughout the county in the month of July. And I don't think it's on your sheet. I added this to it late, but we had 44 arrests for the month of July. That's pretty common also. Usually 40 to 50 a month. Welfare checks, looks like we had 31 welfare checks for the month. Flip on over to the last sheet. Looks like we served 55 protective orders. And again, most of those stem from domestic violence situations. Criminal transports, looks like we had 4. We went to Salem, Virginia, went to Henry County, went to Loudoun County, and Front Royal. And it looks like we had 1 extradition to Pike County. We traveled 34,706 miles the month of June. So that's a little over 1,000 miles a day. Looks like we had 180.5 hours, auxiliary hours worked. And like I told you last month, that's a significant number also. We really rely on those guys to come out and help us, transports, whatever it may be. They save us a lot of comp time from having to call 2 officers out and transport. We can use those guys to assist us. Investigations, the child abuse and neglect looked like 11, pretty similar to last month. Fraud was 12, assault 1, larceny 1. Looks like 6 follow-ups. Looks like we had 1 outside agency assist. 7 phones processed. And when you see that number, the 7 phones processed, that typically means that we've done a search warrant and we have either locked down someone's Facebook page, Snapchat. But what I'd like for you to understand with that, those 7 phones, typically one phone will hold anywhere from 60 to 100,000 images. So, I mean, it's really tough for our investigators to sit down. Like I said, we have to share, we have to take turns about, we'll send it to officers that, maybe at the school or at the courthouse, if they have any downtime. But when you're trying to go through 60,000 photos, it's a lot of photos. So it's very time consuming. Looks like 3 sex crimes, 3 forensic interviews, 5 search warrants, 1 arson investigation open. And I think that's all I have for you, unless you guys have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming.
But again, I appreciate you letting me do this, and it's a good way to keep you informed and the public informed, and I appreciate it.
I think we don't realize what all you do until we see it on paper.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
The investigations, these are not closed investigations, right? Not all of them?
No, so what I'm trying to do, I'm still in the process. Like I said, we just started this last month. I'm in the process trying to get those numbers. I'm afraid to put a number on it. I don't know how we're going to do it exactly, but we probably have somewhere around 500 open investigations.
And every month, these numbers right here, that just adds to,
Basically.
you'll close out some, but they're always adding on, so.
Yes, yes. Some of them are closed pending, some of them are, additional information. So I mean, it's really hard to get a number on those investigations, but I mean, there are so many, probably 400 or 500 active open investigations. But we've not really found a way to go into our reporting system and pull all that information just yet. But I hope to be able to do that for you maybe next month.
Thank you, John.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay, I need a motion to accept his oral report.
I make that motion to accept the sheriff's office report.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss? Mr. Thacker? And Ms. Kaiser? And Mr. Hall? And I also. The next thing on our agenda is public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment that's not in the audience can call 276-333-0357 for public comment, and we'll recognize you when you call in. Anyone in the audience have a public comment? Jack? No, let's see. Jack, you're on the agenda. Yeah. You're number 6 on the agenda today. All right, go ahead, Mr. Barton.
Terry Bartley with Hayside Rescue Squad, and I wanted to come up today to make a public thank you to Mr. Thacker. He actually came out on a call a few weeks ago and assisted me on that call from the time he got on scene till we got to the hospital. It was a 2-year-old child that died. And you think life is easy, you ought to go on to one thing, just one. I've never, in my career of 32 years, had a call to bother me as bad as that did. Richie stayed by my side the whole time, helped in the ambulance. It was me and him in the back by ourselves, trying to revive that child. No luck on that. We think the doctor even told me that he thought he'd been down too long before we even started. But we give it our best shot. And Sheriff's Department has always helped us on stuff like that. If we ask for help, we get it. And Richie just happened to be the unlucky guy that day, I guess. And him and I both went to do debriefing after that. It's the hardest call I ever took in my life. And while I'm here, if it's okay, I'm gonna give you a little report on how we're doing at the station. For 4.5 months, I've been the only EMT. I think I've rolled about 6 or 8 calls in 4.5 months. Most of them were doctor's appointments, or just like tonight, I'm up here with you all. And I've got them, I told them they had to have me to pay me and I'd come out. Otherwise, I was going to come to the meeting. I'm swapping billing companies back again. I've talked to Mr. Barton on this, and Mr. Sturgill, and they agreed with me. I've done sent the letter with the returns received requested to go back to the other billing company. The one I've got is wanting me to even send a copy of every bank statement I've got some and explain what every deposit is. They can't tell what they're doing, what they ain't evident. But it takes most of my time that I'm having to let it go sometimes for 2 weeks to send them a copy of it because I'm making calls. The other billing company never once, one time I had her in about 5 years, done that. And the money wise is not a bit better, if anything, it's less. I'm still getting money from the first billing company. In the past month and a half, I've got about $2,400. She gets the check, she sends it, makes a deposit and sends it to us. And she said she would take it back over and do it for less to help us. And she'd actually worked right here in Clintwood, owns the Dixon County Ambulance Service. Elizabeth McNutt. But she's trying to help us all. And I appreciate that. But I've got one EMT that's fighting 4th stage stomach cancer. And that's the only other EMT I have. I have 4 drivers that run part-time. I have, as of 2 weeks, well, 4 weeks ago now, my wife fixed a payday today. I put one driver and myself on 40 hours a week. And I talked to them, and they volunteered to do this, and I did too. But we're drawing 40 hours a week pay now, me and him. The other drivers, when they drive for me, I pay them $36 for every call. That's 3 hours work. Usually we're done 2, 2.5. Occasionally it'll run 3, but they volunteered for that. Can't find no other EMTs right now. I've got one in class that'll graduate in November, but I just want to give you a heads up on where we're at. I've not got to talk to you for a while on that.
Thank you.
But if you've got any questions for me, I'll do my best to answer them.
Okay. Any board members got any questions for Mr. Bartley?
Richie, thank you.
Thank you, Terry, appreciate you.
Okay, thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry.
Madam Chair, we have one on the line.
Okay, go ahead, the one that's online, and identify yourself. And I forgot for Mr. Sturgill to give the rules, but you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
This is Jerry Scardo, and I just wanted to talk about the plan increase that APCO wants to put on their electric bills. They already got 1 rate increase this year. It was in January, it was about $16 a month. And now they're trying to get about a $10 a month increase also. So one time I looked it up, and from 2021 to 2023, they had got 35% increase in their rates. They used to be really economical, but now they're I guess the highest rate in the state. They're higher than Dominion and some of these other things. But anyway, we're trying to make an effort to stop this rate increase. And I can email things and so on, but people need to make comments real soon to the state corporation commission that's over that, and perhaps to our elected officials, although some of them have enormous contributions from Dominion in particular. But it's real concerning. I have solar panels, and my heat pump went out back in the winter. My house is insulated better than others. We're a little elderly and maybe have a temperature a shade higher. We're not in the 60 degrees that some people can keep in the winter. But I saw an electric bill for $776, which was double anything I ever saw in my life here in the winter. So I'm cutting off my hot water heater some, because it doesn't need to be on except before you're showering or doing dishes or something like that. So if you can, cut off your hot water heater. It is number 2 in drawing electricity. And then, of course, we have the big thing about all these data centers coming, and that they get electricity much cheaper than we do, and the cost of some of this stuff is riding on their back too. So I'm just asking the supervisors, it runs up the county bills, the town bills, the schools bills. Maybe y'all can help us out in trying to stop this, because I don't think any of us are getting 10% increases in our income. And it matters to everybody, and there's no end in sight of they ask for more than one increase in a year. Well, I just leave it at that, and I thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Scardo. We did send in a resolution asking them not to raise the rates. Am I correct?
Okay.
Yeah, we did, didn't we? We passed the resolution.
Back in the winter.
Yes,
Or back a while.
yes. But thank you for calling in.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Anyone else got public comment? No other phone calls?
No, ma'am.
I would entertain a motion that we close public comment then.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion to close public comment. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss? Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. And the next thing on our agenda is Mr. Jack Stanley, Dickinson County Tourism Committee.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Dickinson County Tourism Committee. Rita sends her regrets that she's unable to be here tonight. She had a surgical procedure scheduled for today. For the past 6 years, Dickinson County has been represented as part of the Southwest Virginia portion of Virginia Tourism at the International Bluegrass Music Association in Raleigh, North Carolina. And I have requested the financial support and general support from the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors, and each year has been supported. Virginia Tourism sponsors a large section of the convention center trade shows and generously provides a booth for Dickinson County. Now, some of those pictures that I've provided to you all shows the area that that the VTC rents, and we occupy those booths, and some of them are on the in the middle of the street where the street show is. And we have to be at those, have to maintain those booths. We generally get in there on Tuesday and set our booth up. And the show starts Wednesday. We have to be there at 12 o'clock Wednesday and Thursday. And once the show starts, the booth has to be manned at all times. You can't lose your booth, leave your booth. On Friday and Saturday, which are the main days, it starts at 8 o'clock, and the same thing applies. You have to, you can't leave your booth unattended. It has to be manned by someone at all times. And so it's practically, well, it is impossible for one person to do it. This event draws about 200,000 people for the week, so it's very impactful and an opportunity to see a large population with a single booth setup. Now this year, as in years past, the Heart of Appalachia has one on the inside, the trade show on the inside, and it also has a street booth on Friday and Saturday. So we will be helping with them and handing out our pamphlets and paraphernalia and all that kind of stuff as we've done in the past. We have tracked people from 34 different states and foreign countries during 1 year. We have seen people return after visiting us and speak of visiting the Ralph Stanley Museum and Festival. One guy from New Zealand spoke of kayaking the rapids on the Russell Fork River. Many have visited the Breaks Park and ridden the Spearhead Trails. We have seen photos of those on the Love Sign Tour, and they always compliment our warm welcoming and historical visitor center. They are especially enthralled about the old hospital and all the instruments and all that kind of stuff that Doc Phipps had, and Rita's got those displayed accordingly and very well. I've been on the tourism committee for about 15 years, and I've traveled on my own money to many out-of-county meetings while working on bringing the Spearhead Trails to our county. I've traveled to the Virginia Welcome Center to greet travelers, as well as the Cultural Center in Abington, just to mention a few. During these years, we have seen construction of the Spearhead Trails, Love Sign Trail, improvements to Birch Knob, Crane's Nest Trail, Bear Pen Recreation Center, as well as supporting the Ralph Stanley Museum promotion of the J.D. Baker Center. The Riverwalk in Hayside is now open and a great addition. Tourism also promotes the Dickinson County Fair, Clintwood and Hayside parades, town festivals, as well as businesses in the county. We support everything. We even tell people about truck shows. I mean, the truck pulls, the horse shows, that's a big thing. We had several people ask about the horse show. So that's also something that's really important in tourism, is getting these things out. We support everything. We support businesses. Anything that anybody wants us to support, talk about when we're down there, we do it. I generally make a round through throughout all the businesses, and you know, some of them give us a little give outs, handouts, so we can get names and all that kind of stuff. And there've been Dean Hill's been very gracious to doing that, and the Breaks Park does it, and some of these other ones. Rita Sisrat has been able to procure many grants for the improvements and events the county now enjoys. It seems tourism is now being a marginalized department in our county, rather than being promoted to help with such funds, being lost due to declining coal and gas revenues. Our neighboring towns such as St. Paul and Big Stone Gap are seeing growth because tourism is supported and appreciated. The effects of these labors are not immediately visible, but the impact of inaction now is detrimental to any type of growth and economic future for our county. We live in a beautiful county with amazing citizens, so any effort we can make to promote it will have many dividends. And that concludes my little presentation. I will take questions if you have any.
Let me ask each one individual. We try to keep order and ask individual. Mr. Hall, I'll start with you. You have any questions?
Not really, just a comment. I mean, I appreciate you going out and representing the county and stuff, and that's, you know, part of tourism. We've got things to offer and stuff. We need to improve on a lot of stuff, but, you know, I appreciate anybody that gets out and tries to bring people in and promote the county.
Thank you. Ms. Kaiser?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Thacker?
I just have a comment. On the last paragraph that you wrote where it says that tourism is being marginalized, a marginalized department. And it seems like you're saying that we're not trying to promote tourism, is that correct?
Well, and I feel that it's not being promoted like it could be, maybe. Because, like I said, a lot of these things we go and we do, and she gets grants, and it seems like it's a battle to do so. And I'll be the first to admit, several years ago when they first started, before I was even on the tourism committee, when they first started talking about tourism, I thought to myself, there ain't nobody gonna come to Dickinson County. That's a waste. But now, since I've been on the tourism committee and had for a chance to see all these things and do all these things, I can see the value of it, and all the revenues and stuff that we have lost, and we've lost some through, you know, mines have closed down and all that kind of stuff. I think we need to build it up, put everything we can into it. With these trade shows and stuff, I think they're very important to get the word out to our county, because it's for sure, if we don't get out and promote it, they're not going to, they don't know we're out there. They know nothing about us. And there are so many other people, other places that are putting a lot more money in what the county is. And I realize that we're a small county, but they're putting a lot more money in than what Dickinson County is. And they're reaping some of the profits from it.
Well, I think the town of St. Paul is gaining a tremendous amount of tax revenue from the Dominion Power Plant, and they've got the money to spend.
Yes.
I've even heard one of the police officers over at one time tell me they didn't need to fool with grants. They had plenty of money. They wasn't worried about it. We're not like that in Dixon County. We're running on a thread. We're trying to rebuild the budget. We're working with Larry, and each one of the board members are working diligently to try to make sure that we stay within budget. That's why we have budget hearings before we set the budget for the year. And some of the decisions that we've had to make has been tough. I mean, I had to sit right here and tell my own boss that we wasn't gonna be able to give him the money to go ahead and put the, one of our bailiffs back to work. So we have worked part-time people, but it's been straight. As far as I know, we've stayed within our projected budget that we developed at the beginning of the year. And everybody's got an opportunity to come, including the tourism department. If they think they need more money, need to come tell us why. I think Rita does a fantastic job, and Vicki helps her, and I think she does a fantastic job. And I think all of us try to promote tourism. And that's kind of troublesome to me to see that paragraph that says it's marginalized and that we just don't care about tourism. I mean, I talked to Larry before the election, after the election, Dana. I've talked to Rita, helped Rita make sure that, you know, we got people on the tourism committee that would benefit us and try to help. I think you know, we do everything we can to try to promote tourism in a county that's, our trails are rougher than St. Paul's trails. They take better care of their trails over there, the Spearhead Committee does. Our trails are rutted out. Theirs are maintained very nicely. And that angers me. And to see just that last paragraph kind of upsets me.
Well,
Ms. Willis, if I could address Mr. Thacker. Mr. Thacker, during budget this year, we increased the travel budget to $93,302. That's a $21,774 increase over the prior year. And looking back, that's the largest tourism budget that we've ever had.
Yeah, I think we're trying our best. I mean, we've got the biggest tourism budget, Mr. Curtis, we've ever had to try to promote tourism. I think Rita does a good job in promoting tourism, and I think every one of us sitting at this table have tried to promote it. I mean, I meet people coming out of the Breaks Interstate Park all the time, and I'll talk to them in Hayside when they stop in the restaurant, and I thank them for coming to Dixon County and tell them we appreciate them coming here, and we'd like to see them come back. The motorcycle group that came in, they occupied the entire park, and, you know, we talked to several of them, and they said this was going to be one of their yearly runs that they were going to be coming back from now on. You know, that's hundreds of riders that showed up and rented rooms and ate in our county and spent tax dollars. I know a lot of us goes out of our way to promote tourism, and as we should. I mean, as board members, we need to promote it because that's the lifeblood of what we've got in the future. You know, coal's eventually going to run out, as bad as we all dread it happening to our county. It's eventually one day, every day that they mine it, that's a day less we've got of coal. So.
Well, I agree with everything you say, Richard, but, and, you know, if, it was, the reason I'm here is, like I said, I want to go this year, to the IBMA, and, because, well, this is going to be the last year it's going to be held in Raleigh. Next year, they're going to move to Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I don't know, you know, what's going on, but this is a grand opportunity. I just think it's too good to pass up to do it. It doesn't cost much, a couple $1,000, I think. I can't remember exactly. Larry's probably got the figures on what it's been in the years past. It varies at times. When we go, we don't eat, as the old saying goes, when we go out to eat, we don't eat high on the hog. Because I'm just as diligent with that, those expenses as I am when I'm going using my own money. I don't go eat $50 and $60 meals for each individual or whatever, you know. I'm pretty diligent. We just want to we want to promote the county, but we want, we'd like to have the county's support financially and mentally or whatever, to do so.
Does Rita not have this in her budget? Does Rita not have this trip in her budget?
No, I don't think so.
That's all I've got.
Miss Leslie?
I just wanted to say, I appreciate what you and Bernadine have done for these years, and I know you're a pretty good player and bluegrass singer yourself. And, I think that, I have to agree with Richard that we do try to promote tourism, and I think that Rita has done a fantastic job. I think she's sick now. Is she gonna be able to go, or do you know?
Well, she wants to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think she wants to go.
Yes.
Yeah, if it's, so that we can.
So it is when now?
It's, the last of September, the last week in September into the 1st of August, or, yeah. I said October, I'm sorry, end of October.
I think that all what you said was, I read it twice, and I do agree with Richard, the fact that I don't like that paragraph too much, because we do try to promote tourism. But that's about all I have to say, other than the fact, how much money do you think that you would need? He has sent, well, we have here, 2023 was $708, 2024 was $620, 2019 was $1,100, 2018 was $962.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's bound
That's
to
a
cost
portion
more.
For Jack, that doesn't include anything for Rita or anything.
Pardon me?
That's the reimbursement we've sent to Jack.
Jack
Yeah,
and Bernadine.
yes.
Rita gets, is it $2,000?
Our total travel budget is $2,000.
Travel budget.
Yeah.
I, for one, I've discussed this with Rita and you, and I'm through talking, except I'd like to make a motion. Is that all right, Madam Chairman?
No, it's my turn to speak.
Oh,
Thank
okay, you go ahead, I'm sorry.
Jack, I appreciate you serving on the tourism board. You've done wonderful. I appointed you as my
Yes.
appointee, and you've done wonderful. And, we did the budget for tourism, and I am one that I love to stick to budget. And I know y'all have done a good job. I know Rita does a fantastic job with tourism, and you've done a good job on the tourism committee. I appreciate you. And I appreciate what y'all have done. I appreciate Vicky too. She does a lot of good pictures and posts for tourism and the tourism committee and things. So I appreciate her also. And y'all have done a good job, but I'm one that I have to stick with budget. Okay, is there,
May I make a motion now, Madam Chairman?
yes,
Well, I hate to say this, but, she says she sticks to the budget, but sometimes she don't. But nevertheless, I make a motion that we pay for you and Bernadine to go on this. I think it's a good thing to promote bluegrass. Whether we like it or not, it's part of our culture.
love it.
I think that it's something that we should support you going, and I thank you for going, because you don't have to. You and Bernadine don't have to do this. I see all the places you all go, and you're world travelers, so I make a motion that we pay for the Rita and Bernadine to go to this festival.
Do I hear a second? One more call for a second. Hearing none, your motion fails, Mrs. Les.
I'm sorry, Jack.
Thank you for letting me speak.
I
Thank
tried.
you, Jack. Also thank Bernadine for all that she's done also. The next thing on our agenda is Mr. Nathan Mullins, Pensacola Fire Department.
Good evening. I'm Nathan Mullins with the Quincy Fire Department. I serve as chief. We applied for a forestry grant back in the spring. It was supposed to have been awarded in June or July, and the funding wasn't available. And the guy that's over the grant has been in California on forest fires, so they just have started awarding the grants. And we was awarded $4,695 for a QTAC skid unit to go in the back of our side-by-side to help fight forest fires.
Yeah. What is that?
It's a skid unit that holds water and has a pump to assist us on forest fires when water's needed.
Thank you.
It's a 50/50 grant, so half of it would be $23,407.50. The stipulation with forestry is that you have to pay all of it up front, and then they issue a check back for the half. So I'm asking for the $46.95, and then when they issue the check back, I'll return this check to the county.
So they give you back half of the 4,695.
Yes, they do.
But you've already been awarded the grant.
We have been awarded the grant, yes.
Mr. Barton, how do you feel about that, with our budget? Cause we're gonna get half of it back, correct?
Right, I think it's a
And we
pleasure
have to
of the board.
pay the 10% match, I guess, for the
Right,
grant.
we'd have $2,347.50 would be the end contribution that the county would have in it after the reimbursement came back from
Right.
the forestry department, so.
The shipping's gonna be $800, but the department will pay that if you all would be generous enough to pay the other half of the grant.
May I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you come before the board to make us aware that you were applying for this grant and that it would require a half match so that we would be
Well,
thinking about the amount in our figures and stuff?
I did in the budget hearing, I think with Larry
I know you
and,
sent a text to Richard and I back in
Yeah.
the spring, let's say after you'd applied, so.
yeah,
But
that's all I've done, yeah.
So you did notify Mr. Barton that you was applying? Yeah.
That he had
Yeah.
applied. He did it after he applied. Is that right?
That's
Afterwards?
my memory is, yes.
Okay.
We have been awarded some grants in the last 3 or 4 months. We got the water grant from the Budweiser Anheuser-Busch with a pallet of water. That was no cost. And Drip Drop sent, I think it was 500 packets of dehydration that we can put in the water formula. So that was at no cost as well. So we have been awarded. We are applying for grants and are getting some stuff.
Good.
Can I ask this question, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
The county took over all the maintenance on all your vehicles. You still got the same amount of funding that you got?
Yeah.
You all still don't have the funds to do this?
Well, with winter coming up, we have to fill our propane, and it costs us $6,000 a winter for propane to heat that block building. And we try to save for that. That's what we're trying to save for.
That you have no maintenance cost. I mean, in the years past, you had to do the maintenance.
Right.
Fill the tanks, and do all that.
Yeah.
With that amount of money. Now you don't have to worry about maintenance. So that didn't affect your all's budget at all?
Yeah, I mean, it has helped us, yes. But I still don't think we would have the money to finish this out. The whole $4,000.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Barton, did you allow for some of these type of expenses in the budget?
We didn't, not to pull up that fire and rescue budget, we didn't budget specifically like for grant matches or anything, because generally we ask, all departments, sheriff's office, any department that applies for a grant to come to the board before applying to get approval, so we'll know, what to budget. But as far as in the budget, we don't have anything specifically for grants right now. I can look in the fire rescue just to be certain.
Thinking we allowed a little extra money in the event that one of these 50/50 grants came available. A lot of times these grants will come up after the budget cycle starts, and that makes it complicated.
Well, I don't think that what he really means is that we need to know it with budget. If they see that they're going to apply for one, come to the very next board meeting and say, hey, we have the opportunity to apply for a grant, and we plan to apply, but it's a 50/50 match. It may be 2,000 or it might be 50,000. And then if we tell them, yes, that we'll do that, then they go ahead and apply. Then they come back and say, hey, I got it, and I'm here for my 50% match. It's
Right,
not
that's-
necessarily for the budget.
Right, it's not always in the budget. Sometimes it has something like this that'd be taken
Right.
from the contingency, but it is a wonderful opportunity to get that piece of equipment. Clinchco is second call for all of our other departments in the county, and of course now with, Dane out of the picture, it's putting more strain on the departments. So that is, they're very generous with their side-by-side and use of stuff with the other departments. So I think it definitely is a beneficial piece of equipment for us.
Yeah, I think we've asked the fire departments and rescue squads in the county to seek grant funding opportunities.
Definitely.
Yeah.
If they go out and find a grant, then we need to try to find a way
Can we
to
use Dayton?
help them with it, if we can.
If they don't.
To me, there's nothing,
If they don't, 'cause we
no
got-
more, the number one priority in this county is public safety, whether it be law enforcement, fire, rescue. I think that's our number one priority. Don't you?
I do too, yeah. And Clinchco goes out
Yeah.
all the time. I mean, you all have got a heavy call.
We do have a heavy call out.
If you look at the reports, they've got really.
Yeah,
heavy
they do,
calls.
I look at the report.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion that we support this and he will return half of that check when you get your check?
Yes. Yeah, I'll return the whole check from the forestry to you all.
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion.
I have a motion that we support, Clinchco getting this piece of equipment. And I tell you, you all helped with the fire on Caney Ridge that they had that almost destroyed several homes. And you all saved every home.
I'll second that.
And I have a second to support this. And Nathan, we do expect you to bring our check.
I sure will.
And I know you
And I know
will.
that won't be a problem.
I know you didn't just say that.
Well, I dealt with one that said they got a grant, they didn't get a grant.
Right, I understand.
When I first came on board, and many years ago.
Right.
Can I
So-
make one comment here?
Yes, please.
We understand Dayton Rescue Squad has been closed down, and there's the probability that that won't reopen.
That fire. That fire.
Or-
I mean, the
It's
fire,
fire,
not the rescue,
not-
the fire,
it's
sorry
fire,
about that, I
yeah.
misspoke. But Dayton Fire Department, and we had allocated money in the budget for that. If, that might be something we could use some of that
It was
funding for.
2,000 is what we always
2,200,
give
yeah.
them, yeah.
That we might could use some of that
We
towards
give them
that.
their,
Just
allotment,
one quarter's worth, so we've still got, the majority of it.
How much
left.
was it we give them?
2,000.
It's 2,200, but.
Oh,
we
is
were
it
given
22? Yeah.
The only
2,200
problem I
total,
have
so-
with that is that Sandy Ridge, is it Sandy Ridge gonna try to pick up some of the Dayton Fire
Yeah, Sandy Ridge
Department's
is gonna be
territory?
first response to most of those, is my understanding.
Oh,
from talking
okay,
to
okay,
Tigger.
So
then
I
we-
think they may need some extra help. I don't see
Of course,
why
they get
St.
support
Paul
from
can't
Wise
pick
County
it
as
up
well, so-
themselves.
They get funding from Wise County.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do.
Mhm.
But, I mean, I don't understand why St. Paul, where's their fire department?
It's down there where Big M used to be, down
Big
that
M.
part of town.
Yeah, the backside up through there, yeah.
Downtown there.
It's downtown.
And they have, Tigger spoke with them, and of course, they're having to cover a lot more territory with the whole Dayton fire, but, they've pledged to try to help where they can. They may only be able to send one truck, but, they will help where they can, is my understanding, so.
Okay.
Okay, I have a motion and a second that we approve this, Is there any other discussion on it? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Celeste?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser? And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also.
Thank you all. I do have one other thing, since we brought up about the grant funding and stuff. There's gonna be a grant for Clintwood Rescue as far as a vehicle, grant to replace our oldest ambulance, and that comes open in September the 1st. And I'd like to have the pleasure of the board to be able to apply for that.
Is that a 50/50?
Well, Ron said he wasn't real sure right now if it's gonna be 80 or 70/30 or 50/50. But it'll be
So they're gonna apply for what?
a ambulance to replace our oldest ambulance.
Their oldest ambulance?
Yeah, Clintwood Rescue's oldest.
Yeah, Mr. Mullins is now over Clintwood Rescue.
Oh, I didn't know
Mr.
you-
Stepped
Yeah,
down,
Oh.
so.
I'm the manager.
For Clint Woodridge?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's gonna be expensive, isn't it, about that?
Well, what we planned on was getting one of the van ambulances, that's all-wheel drive. And they're not nowhere costly as the box unit is.
Oh, okay.
So they are still
And
expensive.
you don't know what the percentage is gonna be at this
I'm
time?
not for sure, but just as soon as I speak with Ron, I will get you all the information sent out.
Okay.
If you could share that with me, Nathan, I'll be glad to share that with
Yeah,
the-
be sure and
the
get
board
that
on
to us as
so.
soon as you can, because, a 50/50 grant would be a lot.
Yeah, I'd say about 60,000. Be half on 50.
Yeah,
So
so
that
we
is-
need to know well in advance,
Okay.
Let's plan for that as far as where we can.
yes, whether we can do it or not,
Okay.
okay?
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
thank you.
Ms. Willis, while you're on the grants talking, could I say something? I think the board needs to know about it, you all. The EMS is doing away with the drug box policy at the hospitals, and we're gonna have to start buying our own drugs. We have to have a place to keep them at the station, a safe, has to be fire suppression system over it, has to be video cameras over it. They've got a grant for this that come out this month, and it's due by September the 15th. It's just for the installation of the safe, the sprinkler system, and cameras and all that, but it's 100% grant on that. And I'm working right now with one of the pharmacies in Hayside to see if they would be willing to do it first, to try to even keep applying for that. I know Ron said he done paid for his and had it in, but we're gonna have to start buying our own drugs.
Well, 100% grant doesn't affect.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect us.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to be aware of
Yeah,
that.
but that's good that you let us
That's
know
good to know.
that.
We
In the
appreciate that.
future, we're gonna have to buy them drugs.
Well, that's gonna be quite expensive, isn't it, Terry?
You got that right.
What kind, I mean, just give an example, of what kind of drugs were you talking about?
Well, just for instance, we usually carry one pain medication for pain, and I'm not sure the price on it. The pharmacist's checking on it for me. I've not even been back to talk to her to find out how much it was, but I can name, I was told that they are super expensive. Do you know, Nathan?
I'm not sure of the price, but I have been told that there
They're
are several
super-
medications that we carry. that
So
are
this is gonna be every EMS?
Every
S-
EMS agency, we have 2 ambulances at Hayside, so we have 2 drug boxes on the truck. We usually keep 1 or 2 at the hospital to exchange with. So
And they
you're
fill it
talking-
with medicine,
Yeah,
but they said they're not gonna do that anymore,
the
right?
state's not gonna furnish it.
Huh?
We have to buy it ourselves. And we don't buy it, we lose our ALS stamp.
The EMS council was the one that initially funded the drug box program, and they have pulled the funding from that. So anybody that can afford the ALS box to stock the drugs has to drop back to a BLS drug, which is very critical in this county with the long transport.
Yeah.
Thank you,
sir.
Mr.
Okay, if I can
Carter.
help you with that grant, and you let me know if there's anything I can do to help you in writing that grant, be glad to help any way I can.
I do need a letter of need showing that you need Hayside
Just get with
Rescue.
me and we'll get it.
If I can get Teresa to write me up one, I think Richie's name has to be on it, and your name. A signature. I've got inspection coming up in November.
You finished? All right. Thank you all for that information also. Our next item on our agenda is new business. And the first one is our EEO policy. It's Equal Employment Opportunity. Mr. Martin, do you want to elaborate on this? As
Thank you,
to-
Madam Chair. Of course, as a government agency, we always have to have an equal employment opportunity policy in place. And every time that we apply for a grant, the sheriff's office has some grants lately through the DOJ. That's one of the boxes you have to check off, that you have a current and updated EEO policy in place. And so we made some updates to our policy just to be, well, nothing really, it's just a standard, basically,
Correct.
policy, isn't it? So, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I need a motion that we adopt this policy if it's, okay with the board members.
I'll make a motion we adopt the EEO policy.
I have a second.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second that we adopt this EEO policy, Equal Employment Opportunity. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And the next thing on our agenda is the E91 recorder, and I think this is for the new system that they're putting in,
Yes,
correct?
and, Madam Chair, if I may.
You may.
On this Carolina Recording Systems, in your packet, you have a quote from Carolina Recording Systems, who currently services our existing recorder, which is a very old analog recorder. If you'll remember last term, last year, I guess, with the board members that served last term, Entrado, we had to do a new Entrado contract, and of course, we're in the regional agreement with the other
Right.
counties, and we kind of all moved together. But with that new Entrado agreement, we're gonna be saving some money in the budget each time. It's gonna drop that bill from like $7,800 a month down to $4,700 a month through some grant funding. But through the process of doing this upgrade, they have determined that our existing recorder is not compatible with the new system. We're having to upgrade to a digital recorder. So Stephen had got me this quote sometime back, and kind of panicked when I seen it. But I've had Jeremy Mullins in IT. If anybody can save money on things, especially when it comes to IT, says Jeremy can.
Right.
And he has looked at other systems and other ways we might be able to do it, and nothing really that's going to be compatible with this. We're going to have to go with this Carolina recorder. And of course, the cost, I think, is about $61,000. This is something, we're talking about budget tonight. It is not an item in the budget, but it is something we're gonna have to have, $61,050. But with that, 911 is public safety, and when we done the budget, as far as with the regional jail, looking at our inmate counts, the regional jail had given us a couple different updates on what we were gonna owe from last year, because they housed more inmates for us than what, we had funded. And our final bill, we had budgeted $108,672 to the regional jail for the last year overage, and it ended up being $58,628, so we had a savings of a little over $50,000 from the regional jail, which is public safety. So I make the recommendation that we reallocate that money from the regional jail savings over to cover the majority of the $61,050, and that's just leaving us about $11,000. It's going to come out of our contingency. But this is something, we've looked at all options, and this is the best and cheapest option that we have right now, so. Oh, and also, it's gonna, right now, our current system only records the 911 calls that come in, and they have had some issues with it, it's not always functioning properly, but the new system will actually record the non-emergency calls that come in on the 1650 line as well, which our current system will not. There's been times, that they have needed that data, because some people, in a non-emergency situation need assistance will call in, and we'll go back to, or they will go back to reference those recordings, and they don't exist.
Don't
So
exist.
I think it will be an improvement overall for the system, so.
Good. Is there any discussion on approving the E91 recorder, and do you want a motion to use the excess money
If we
from
could-
the,
If we could count that in the motion, that would be
in the
great.
motion from the regional jail?
I'd just like to mention one thing. This is what our contingency fund is for. Things that come up that we have to do, we have,
That we don't
we have no
know about.
option. So our contingency is for this type of, thing here, so. And is this, like all the other counties within Entrado, they have the same?
Same issues and things, yes. Some had upgraded their recorders, they don't have as old a recorders we do, so they don't have an issue, but,
Yeah.
Ours is just very, very old, so an old analog system.
Mr. Barton, I wonder if they could put the old one on that government program that we're using at PSA
Right.
and try to recoup some money out of that.
And that's the way we've been selling all of our surplus vehicles and surplus equipment, doing very well with it.
Yeah.
We can definitely try that. We need a separate motion. I think Mr. Sturgill will declare that as surplus, but with it being outdated, I would think that it would probably be very limited market to sell, but we could definitely try, so.
Always
If
try.
this gets approved, if we could get a motion, if you think it'd be appropriate to add now to declare the old one surplus, we can definitely try that, so.
Okay. Any more discussion on the E91 recorder? Hearing none, I need a motion then to the effect that we approve purchasing this and using our leftover money from our regional jail and also declaring the old recorder as surplus.
I'll make that.
Correct, Mr. Barton?
Yes, ma'am.
All in one motion or two
Yes,
motions?
I think one motion, we can do it in one.
Okay.
Do
Chris,
you think so, Mr. Sturgill?
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Chris made the motion.
Okay, Chris made a motion. Do you have a second?
I'll say,
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Slesson?
Aye.
And I also. The next thing on our agenda is the ACO Annual Conference. This is our VACO.
It is, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, on this, each year, going back to budget, what we generally budget for on this is going to be for 2 board members. That's what we've always budgeted for, is 2 board members to attend this. And generally, 2 board members and the county administrator always attend this function. And of course, this year, actually, at the VACO level, they sent an email to Ms. Lyle previously stating that, we're limited to just 3 registrations, even though that's what we always budget. Now, each county is limited because of space. So,
Space.
if your desire is for me to go, then myself and 2 board members, and you would have to decide which of the 2 board members would go. We'll add, this is a very valuable conference, a lot of good information, a lot of good contacts has been made at it, and, Mr. Hall's learned recently, we, have to get out there and, speak to these people, meet these people, and, we've had a lot of grant opportunities and stuff come up because of these, and so I think it's very, very important for the county.
And you told me that all of us sent in information that we were interested in going.
Yes, and I did. I sent out an email to let everybody know, and I've received
Right.
a word from each of the 5 of you.
I'm gonna
interested,
step
so-
aside, and I think that and I've been numerous times, and I'm gonna step aside. And to me, I think that Mr. Thacker and Mr. Hall should have the opportunity they have never attended. And I think it would be good for them. And that's how I feel, and I don't know how the other board members feel. But I think that they should have the opportunity to go and see what it's about. And it's very interesting, it's very informative. The meetings that they have for us is very, very informative for our county. You have to choose which one you go to that really pertains to our county, because you can't go to everything that they offer.
No, we generally split up and cover the different meetings. And,
Yes.
when
I
you
have never got to go.
I thought you had signed up to go.
I did want to go to this one, I've never got to go.
I thought you signed up before.
Ms.
Did you
Sless
not
did
go?
sign up for
I
the year,
did,
but
but my
her
husband got sick that day. I had to leave because you said the other day that I attended some meeting, my husband was sick for 21 months fighting cancer.
Okay. Anyway, if then 3 wants to go, Peggy,
I have gone twice, and I said that I would be willing to go again, but I'm also willing to step aside and allow a fellow board member to go. So, and I went last year, and I went to Norfolk. We went to the Homestead last year, and then I've gone to Norfolk, and breakfast is set at a certain time, and meetings is at a certain time, and they start on time, and
then it goes all day up to the
yeah.
evening.
and
It's an all
ever
day.
who we
Yeah.
assigned to vote for Dickinson County at the meeting, it's
Okay, so
early in
that-
the morning. It's like 8 o'clock, isn't it?
It is the final day. They have.
And we have to assign someone, Cause usually, the chairman usually goes and it's usually the chairman. But I'm gonna step aside and let some go that hasn't gone.
Yeah, and I'll step aside so somebody else can go as well.
That leaves us three possibilities, Rhonda, Richard, and Chris.
So how are you going to determine which three you're gonna,
I mean, you three can talk about it, or, I mean, the only other way to do it, oh no, Will's put three names in a hat and pull two out. I mean, you know,
is that how y'all want to do it?
Pull a rabbit out of that.
Do what?
I don't know, I really like to go, I mean, I went to the VACO steering committee there a couple weeks ago. Very, very important that we start attending these things and advocating for our county. There was some legislation that was coming through that I witnessed that had to do with coal. They was trying to omit some language that would have been kind of detrimental to the coal business, and the administrator in Wise luckily was there on that board and kind of caught that and let them know, you know, that that's not a good idea if they want to keep making steel. So he convinced them to leave the language alone. So it's very important that we take part in this lawmaking process and that they're doing things that doesn't hurt our county.
that where our voice is heard and we're
Yes.
represented, so.
And even regionally, if we could communicate with the other counties, you know, and come together as a region, you know, and advocate for what's best for down here.
You want to go,
Yeah, I was gonna go.
right?
I'd
Do you
say
want to
we're all
allow
named
Will
up
to
there.
do the three
Well, how much it
names?
cost? I paid for it myself.
That's fine.
I paid the last time for
I
myself.
don't think there's room, I think.
The leave no
I said we're
room.
just
Oh,
limited,
room?
we've always budgeted that way, but now VACO's actually limited us to 3.
Well, I guess the best thing to do is draw names out of a hat, that's all I know.
Want to do that now or
I guess.
later?
It's like drawing names for you to buy me a gift for
I
Christmas.
don't think it's been pretty
Well,
well.
that's
what they
correct.
want.
We can draw the names.
Yeah, we can do that later, we don't have to do it.
Okay,
We don't
all
require board
right.
approval,
Okay,
so.
we will just hold that one and table it till a little bit later. Is that right?
Yeah, we don't have to have official board approval, on
Okay.
that as long as the board is willing to send 2 members.
Okay.
And,
Do we
When's
need to vote to
registration
send,
due?
do we need to vote to send the 2 members?
we do need to vote to send 2
Okay.
members, and then
I need a motion then that we send 2 members and Mr. Barton.
I'll
I'll
make
make-
that motion.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second that we allow 2 members from the board and Mr. Barton to attend the VACO annual conference at the Homestead. I think it's in November,
it is in November, yes, ma'am.
because I know you always have the guy that goes over the election after.
It's November 10,
The
11,
10th through
12.
12th.
Yeah. Okay. Do I have a motion that we send those?
Chris made the motion and I seconded it.
Okay, well, let's do a roll call. Mrs. Sluss, Mr. Thacker, and Ms. Scott,
Aye.
and Mr. Hall.
Aye.
And I also. The next thing on our agenda is D, and it's a contract with Southwest Community College and
Madam
Mecca.
Chair, if I may take that, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
This is something that we do in August of each year, and we always know ahead of time because they send us their budget request during budget season. So the amounts that's in this contract is the same amounts that's in our budget each year. And this provides for, service from American Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizens. They run the Fort County Transit buses as well as the college buses for us. And it's funded in the budget. This is the same contract that we have each year, and like I said, it's the same amounts that we have budgeted for.
And we
So-
do it every year
We do it every
to
year.
renew our contract with Fort County Transit.
Yes,
And they
provide
do a
good service for
wonderful
our
job,
county. They do. A lot of
transporting.
people rely on the
A
transit.
lot of people rely on that.
I wonder how many people ride those buses to the school. Somebody told me, I don't remember who it was, they said UVA was closed for 4 days and they ran a bus up there every day.
I can reach out and find out,
I think it'd be interesting to know,
Information for you.
because most kids now
Well-
have got a car.
Ms. Les, also, they go to study on those off days also and do research.
Study and do research. Well, I would like to know how many people, how many students actually do go. See?
I'll reach out to Mr. Ratliff and see if I can get some counts on what's been.
Excuse me.
Okay, do I have a motion that we approve the four-county transit contract?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll say.
I have a motion and a second that we approve the four-county transit contract, and this is something we do every year. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is the CPROP grant application. Mr.
Madam Chair, on
Martin,
this,
I'll let you take it.
sure, of course, we have our chair and Mr. Hall that represent the county on the Cumberland Plateau Executive Board.
Right.
And we are eligible to apply for CPROP grant funding up to $100,000 from Cumberland Plateau. And we've talked internally with our team, you know, Dana and myself and Mr. Mullins, IDA attorney, at what some of our needs are, some of our greatest needs. And right now, we feel like that with the call center, we've had several prospects that we've worked through lately, the former call center building. And, you know, landing something in the call center field these days is very difficult after the pandemic, a lot of work from home stuff. And we would like to look at that building and some other options that we have that it can be adapted to, because even if we rent into a call center, it's going to need significant renovations and work in the downstairs part. So before we put any money into it, we'd like to take a look at that and get some grant funding to have a study done on that and some other potential uses for that building that we could try to recruit and bring additional industry to the county. So,
Okay.
and to make that application, we need a resolution in support of that from the Board of Supervisors.
So we are eligible for this CPROP this
We are right
time,
now,
right?
yes.
Okay.
And that's $100,000?
Up to $100,000, yes.
I'll make that motion that we
Allow them. to-
allow that.
Okay. I have a motion, do I have a second that we apply for this CPROP grant?
I'll say.
I have a motion and a second that we apply for the grant. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. The next thing on the agenda is item F. It is our rehab paving contract change order.
Yes, Madam Chair, I left a handout at your seat on that in the agenda. We just have a note in there about it. But what this was, we have been working on a change order to finalize the paving. Of course, the paving's complete on the entrance road, the portion going off of State Route 361, past the rehab facility. And of course, that portion is done with Coal Road funds. And what we're looking, there's a few things that we still have to do. And of course, in order to bring it up to VDOT specs with the possibility of getting it brought into the VDOT system, we are going to have to stripe that road. And it's been recommended that we use the thermoplastic striping as well as adequate signage. You know, we didn't have anything in the budget for the signage, the stop bars, things like that. And if you've been up there lately, as you first pull off of 361 going down to the center, we still have a lot of trees and stuff needs to be grubbed and cleaned up and some work to do on the shoulders on that upper part, as well as there was a quantity adjustment, because when we bid that, we done estimated quantities along with, for each item, and so we got a small quantity adjustment on that where they finished. This does not include reinstalling the gate, but it does include everything else. And of course, McFall Excavating and Paving has the contract on that. They've been very good to work with us on it, but they have got quotes for the striping. They're waiting on all the quotes to come back on the striping. So we don't have a formal change order to come to you. We know that it will not exceed $16,000, and we're asking permission, to give me permission to execute a change order with McFall Excavating and Paving in an amount not to exceed $16,000 to cover quantity adjustments, tree clearing, striping, and signage for the entrance road off of Route 361 to the rehab facility. Also with that, I'll state that this project is still well within the approved budget that was approved for that from the Coal Road Committee and of course the Board of Supervisors. You know, when we sent that out to bid, we come back better than what we were thinking, so we're still very well under budget on this project.
Now,
So
will we have to take the trees out? Is that
they
in,
will, that'll be in this change order.
in this change order? Okay,
They've actually already been removed.
okay, okay. So we need a motion to
Where does the funds come from?
Coal Road Fund.
Coal Road.
Y'all
Okay.
approved up to a certain amount already, it's already in the,
It's already in our
No,
budget.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
IDA, there was a change order to the McFall's contract. When I come to a meeting,
it was, and, you know, there's been multiple contracts, but this is the only one that the Board of Supervisors has, is because it's the Coal Road funds, and so,
Okay,
That's
so the other
referring to
one,
you.
at the IDA, it didn't have nothing to do with Cole Road.
No, you
This
guys have
one
control
is
that.
just mostly, this is all Coal Road.
All Cole Road, yeah.
Yes.
Because it's the portion that we hope to get taken into the VDOT system to bring everything up to specs for them, so.
Yep.
They did recommend the thermoplastic striping, you're familiar with all that, I'm sure they said.
Yeah, VDOT,
that
they like to put it in their parking lot.
Yep, so, and that's not.
I know you
cheap.
have to do it to their specification.
We do, in
Yeah.
order to get them to accept the road at a future date, so.
Right. So do we have a motion to, do a change order on the rehab paving contract?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Celeste?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And we have an appointment to make. One is Spearhead Trail Board of Directors, and that is Mr. Kevin Mullins' appointment. It expires 8/26/24. And I talked to him last night, and he is willing to be reappointed to that appointment if it's the pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion, we reappoint Kevin Mullen.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Decker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Slesson?
Aye.
And I also.
I have one question. Did that guy from Spearhead, did he resign that was over Spearhead? Kevin, do you know?
Dana's on that.
Did he
other board.
resign?
He did.
Did you mention the fact that Spearhead, that place up there, brings in money? Am I right? The one at Snowball Hollow,
The range.
Dixon
the range, the Dixon Range, brings in more money than any of the Spearhead projects?
Well, they're still not completely profitable, but
Well, I wanted to mention to you, the last time when you appointed to this, did you raise the question about they had got, was it $4 million
The state funds.
state funds? And we were not getting a good share of it? Dickinson County wasn't?
well, there actually was, the way the budget worked out was they received half of it for this fiscal year because of the 2-year budget. So what they're doing is they've hired several new positions that will be scattered amongst the 7-county region. The range actually has its own line item, so there was some increased budget for that. And then they purchased a lot of equipment and vehicles and things of that nature because everything was really run down. So next year, they're hoping to be able to increase the staffing at the range and do some other things. But I reviewed the budget, I've also sent it to Mr. Barton.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that we want our part.
I understand.
My grandchildren went up there last Saturday and did some skeet shooting, and now they wanna,
It's a great facility.
yeah, it is. And, they're 11 years old, and that's the first time I ever shot a shotgun.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, and Ms. Celeste, we need to go by our rules that we voted in back in January.
What rules was that? What did I do was not up to the rules?
Did you not address the chairman?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Wheeler. I wanted to speak to Dana. I'm not allowed to speak to Dana one-on-one?
Well, no, you need to ask the chairman. That was the rules that we voted in January.
It's ridiculous.
Did you vote for him?
I guess I did, but I don't see anything wrong with me addressing the spearhead,
Okay.
Kevin Mullins, and then addressing Dana because she's our representative.
Okay, you address the chairman to speak. I want order in our board.
Yes, ma'am.
The next thing on our agenda is, let's see, we took off H, and the next one is the road addition.
No, you got number 2, you got the Mountain Empire.
Okay, I got Mountain Empire. Okay.
Yeah, that's next.
Mountain Empire Community College Advisory Board. And Carolyn Strouth is coming off.
She's resigning.
What is the pleasure of the board on the Mountain Empire College Advisory Board?
Do we need a motion,
We do need a motion
to accept her resignation and
Yes.
then, okay,
Correct.
I will make the motion to accept Carolyn Strout's resignation.
Was her term not up?
It was not, she
Okay.
sent this
Said she
email
felt
to Ms.
uncomfortable.
Gibson and resigned.
Okay. I have a second to accept her resignation. Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second to accept Carolyn Strauss' resignation. Ms. Sluss, how do you vote? Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. Now, do we need to try to appoint someone to that board? Does anyone have any idea who you want to appoint to that
According
board?
to this email, Dana Cronkite has asked to be appointed to the advisory board, and I make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion and a second that we appoint Dana Cronkite to replace Carolyn Strauss on the Mountain Empire Community College Advisory Board. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. Okay. The next thing now is our road addition. And this is the one that we need to give you the option
Yes.
to change,
Yes, ma'am, if I could share
Okay,
with
go
the
ahead.
board and the public on this. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, and this is for the benefit of the public as well, there's been a lot of requests of late to have individual roads looked at and evaluated to see if they can be accepted into the VDOT system. It's very difficult to get VDOT to accept anything into the system. The expectation now, they've got a couple different programs that you can qualify the roads in order to get them accepted. But with each of those, it requires the county to do the work to bring them up to VDOT specs and have all the work done, inspected by VDOT, approved by VDOT along the way. And then at the end of that process, then they will accept them into their system. They will no longer take in most roads, I won't say all roads, but most roads into their system and do the work themselves. There's a few exceptions that they will. But what I've done, of course, I've asked board members this past month if they could provide me with anything in their district that needs to be looked at. A lot of these are, or most of these actually have multiple homes on them, and they're dirt roads, gravel roads that are being privately maintained. Most of these will have, 3 or more homes, and the supervisors with their gravel funds and the county road grader will go out and work on these, but there's just a limit to what we can do. And so the process is, I would have to get in touch with Mr. Joey Mullins, the assistant resident engineer at the Wise Residency Office, and provide him this list. And then what they do is they go out and look at each individual road, get information on it, and they'll do estimates on what the cost is to bring it up to VDOT specs. And of course, the big issue with a lot of these is going to be the necessary right-of-way. They have to gain the 40-foot right-of-way on all of these roads now. They used to have an exception to do a smaller amount, but now they have to have a 40-foot right-of-way. And the residents have to be willing to give that right-of-way to the state, and then they will do an estimate on what it will cost to do the improvements to bring it into the VDOT system. Then from that point, once we get that information back from VDOT, or they say they have that information, we'll call the Coal and Gas Road Improvement Committee meeting. Mr. Thacker's the chair of that, so once we get this information, then we would invite all board members, and of course, it's open to the public, anybody that want to come, and VDOT will present each individual project and what that cost would be. And at that time, it'd be up to that committee, the Coal Road Committee, to look at those and see, what we could possibly do, what we could afford, what's within our budget, within our means of taking into the system. And they would vote, to approve those. And then from there, it would come to the full board. We'd either have a special meeting or add it to the next monthly meeting agenda. And you all would look at that and, again, vote to approve the list that came from Coal Road on that. And what we have right now, by district, we have in Clintwood, we have Market Street. In Clintwood, the town has acquired the first home and trailer there. They want to try to widen that road and make a better entrance to come in to the farm store and all the homes back in there. McCarty Road on Bice Ridge, Triplet Lane on the Lake Road, and Ghost Rock Road on the Lake Road. In the Irvington district, we have Rouge Road, it's about 2,300 feet on that, several houses on that road. Kennedy, we have Keith Hollow that needs to be looked at. I know Ms. Willis has spent a lot of her funds on Keith Hollow over the years. I know of times I can remember that she's had to take 2 years, like say,
years to
funding
do.
1 year and put it with the next year's funding and basically use all of our allocations to make needed repairs there. And then also Mossy Lane up on Dr. Ralph Stanley Highway. Sand Lake, of course, Welcome Lane, Mr. Thacker, he works very hard on these VDOT concerns and stuff. Welcome Lane, they've done a lot down there. We have Robinson Mountain, which is out on Sand Lake Road. There's like 14 houses, I think, on that road. And then the Willis District, we have Jeff's Record Service Road. And I did have 5 landowners, we've looked at that before. They've signed a guarantee of easement and support for the project. So, what we're asking is if y'all, direct me to follow through with what we talked about, to provide this list of VDOT and work with them and ask them to get us prices and look at the feasibility of doing this so we can bring that back to the Coal Road Committee and eventually to the full board so that we can try to look at these and see if we can help our citizens in some of these areas that have the need, so.
Madam Chairman, may I ask a question
Yes, please.
to Larry?
Yes.
The Market Street, actually, didn't mean to step on your toes there, Chris, that's in Willis District. But.
Sorry, I did add that to yours, didn't I? So,
Yeah,
I guess because you called us on it, so.
Well, I
sorry,
called you
Chris.
because Daddy called me, Daddy Lambert called me, and then I talked with Jeff Newberry, who's on the coal and gas advisory, the board. And that is something that would be a really great help to the town of Clintwood, because you turn in there, it's a
It's very tight with the
very
trucks
tight
and stuff, I know.
place. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Do they go get the tentative right-of-ways, or do we have to go personally and
They
do
do
it?
it.
I think they do it, because I know we're working on a Sandy Ridge project right now on some road widening and some curves and stuff, and VDOT's the one that actually handles that, so. it's my
I thought they
understanding
did, I
that-
wasn't for sure.
Now, I tried to do the one on Keith Hall. I got, at that time I had a notary and I was gonna take them around and do the 40-foot. And I didn't get anywhere with that because it was hard for them to give the 40-foot, but.
Right. That's gonna be tough in some of these situations.
It's gonna
where
be
the homes
tough
are
in a
located
lot of
close to
these
the road, to be able
roads.
to get 40 feet sometimes.
And then getting right away out of 14 people or more on a road.
But I admire the effort that the board members are making in order trying to get VDOT to take them, because, so many times you all get a phone call and, I need my road paved, or I need this done or that done, and so many things are beyond your control with VDOT. All of you go above and beyond to try to help these people and do all that you can. You always call Wade or call Joey, and, both of those men are great to work with and help us all that they can too. But, that's what the citizens know, that I know I get a lot of phone calls from the members, they work very hard at trying to, meet these needs, that they really don't have a lot of control over, but, they still work hard for the constituents.
I've
to try
had
to
Keith
get
Hall
that.
on the agenda ever since, I've been on the board. That was one of my first ones. And we still can't get anywhere with that.
I know since I've been here, Keith Hall and Welcome Lane are the two that's
Yeah.
always, with rain
Problems,
events and
yeah.
flooding events and stuff that we have a lot of issues with, so.
Yeah, we do.
Can I speak?
Yes.
And I left one off. It really is not that it needs so much work to be brought into the system. It is, and I don't know the road number. I looked 2 weeks ago when I was up there and I could not find a road number posted. It must have come down. But it is up Ailey Road from off of Dank Mountain Road, going towards Trammell. When you go up Ailey Road and go right-handed, it's called, Bear Ridge. Totally left my mind. And the road is in good shape. I think the state may scrape that road and stuff now, but it's not paved. So it ruts out, they have to come back and re-gravel. So I think the main thing that Bear Ridge Road may need is just
If
paving.
it's paving. If VDOT is scraping it, then we'll definitely add this to the list and find out the information on it, but if they are scraping it, then it would indicate to me
I
that
think they are scraping that road.
in as a state highway, so therefore, they do have funding. If you'll remember when VDOT was here, earlier this year, looking at the unpaved
Yeah.
roads, they get so much money, we definitely need to work on trying to get that on that list
Yeah.
too.
Now, Bear Ridge goes all the way across from Ailey, and I think it comes out on, up next to Counts on Hazel Mountain.
Mhm.
But I don't know how many houses is closer to the far end.
Right.
It may just go out, they may just be a few homes midway back to the Ailey roadside. So if they just
pull that
paved
up.
it, you know,
Yeah.
I know.
We'll definitely add that to
There's
the list.
a couple of families of Whites, Tina McCown, the janitor at Ridgeview lives out there. Holbrook lady lives out there. I believe a Chafin lady, there's several.
Several homes in
Yes,
some
there's
parts,
several
so-
homes.
Okay, then we'll definitely look into
Yeah.
that and add that to this.
But I don't
request
know
as
the
well.
road number because I looked for it
So
the
I'll
other
pull it up on the
day.
map and get the
Yeah.
information. Sure.
Okay, I appreciate that.
I've
getting
got
that.
a Virginia map, I'll use. with
Well,
my-
I got my campaign map with that, but I didn't think to pull that out and
Pull
look
that
at it.
out.
And I was up on Ailey Road last week.
Yeah.
And I did look for that.
Right.
And there's an ambulance
Maybe
sign,
down or
and there's the
something.
stop sign, and the road name sign, but no road number sign.
Okay,
We'll add it, so.
do we
Okay,
have
thank
any
you.
more, discussion on this? We just need a motion for you to,
Direct me to,
present this to VDOT.
yes, ma'am.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion, have a second?
Chris seconded it.
Oh, Chris seconded, I didn't hear him. He's going to speak up here.
Sorry.
I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the road additions? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is to approve our ordinance on moving the Sandlick precinct voting location. This was our public hearing.
I'll make a motion that we move the location to the address selected.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second that we move the Sandlick precinct voting location, and it's the old Benny Stallard Restaurant. I don't remember our address, but I have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the Sandlick precinct voting location?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I have one thing. I know this, it's not about moving the precinct, but in these papers here, it has the description of each district. And in the part that says Tarpon precinct,
What page is it?
page 21 of 23.
Okay.
Down at the, there, you can see what I've got highlighted right here, to kind of get you an idea of where I'm at.
Okay.
It says, thence continuing with the San Luis Willis Magistral District line at the center of State Route 739 and 614, which is a dam road and cow path, to the intersection of State Route 63. That doesn't, it's not like they redistrict, I mean, when they're in the redistricting, it doesn't follow the road all the way up to that intersection anymore. It cuts down cow path just a little bit and then shoots up through the woods up to 63.
That 763 is that Big Ridge Road, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
63 is Big Ridge Road.
Because it's Canyon Ridge Road too.
But
and
the
it-
Willis District doesn't come all the way down to the intersection anymore.
No, it doesn't.
We'll go back and pull that and see, we may have to bring that back to get a correction or see what.
And I don't know the importance of that. That's just something that I seen that was, I thought might be incorrect.
Definitely we'll
So
fix that.
up at, may I speak?
Yes.
Up at White Ridge Carryout is not Willis District, is that Sand Lake District?
Yeah, it's Richard, you can turn right-handed back toward Clinchco,
Yeah.
and I can't remember the exact road there, but it goes out probably half a mile or something, and then cuts, like I said, about a half a mile, and then cuts back down the cow path. I lost 2 or 3 houses in that area right there in the Willis District.
It may have been through our redistricting that we did also.
It was.
Yeah, 'cause they did give up some on that end.
Yeah, there was just a few houses right there.
there could be some language in this.
I was the only one that didn't have
It could
any
be the wrong
changes in my
word or
district.
something when they
I
amend
didn't
it.
have any
And to me,
changes
we
either.
can
The
go ahead and approve
legislators
tonight the
still
change
mine.
that needs to be made, and then if we need to come back and amend it later on at next month's meeting, we can do that as far as.
So we would need to approve to change that.
We have to get that right now, so.
Correct.
No.
We need to go ahead and approve the voting location change tonight.
You made a motion to move it, right? And second it.
I second it.
We voted on you, right?
No, we're
No,
not
we haven't.
voting.
We're not voting. Okay. How do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Sless?
Aye.
And you,
And I also. And the next one is to approve our Dickinson County Behavioral Health Service fiscal year 225 performance contract. That was another one that we just had the public hearing on.
I'll make that motion, that we approve it.
Okay, have a motion that we approve the behavioral health service contract. Any discussion? You second it?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a motion and a second, and any other discussion on this? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Sless?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, other business is we added the reimbursement on it.
Can I speak, Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask that we reimburse one of the board members for attending, what was the name of that conference for the supervisors?
It was a NACO supervisors.
Yeah, that we reimburse him for attending that. I think it's always good when one of our board members wants to educate themselves further, and it does not only them good, but it does the county good. And I think it was, what, 700 and,
I'm not sure the amount, Mr. Hall.
I'm not going to accept it.
I
I went on my own accord. I mean, I didn't come to the board and ask or anything.
Yeah, it was something that we would have needed to
Yeah.
have approved prior to you going, I think.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was about, didn't know what benefit it would be. I just wanted to take that opportunity as a citizen to kind of see the importance of it, which I did, and kind of done that on my own, so I would not ask the board to reimburse me for that.
okay, I withdraw my motion.
All right,
I appreciate the gesture,
the thought. Okay. The next thing on our agenda is closed session, and I would need a motion to go into closed session.
I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A 1 and 8A, Section 2.2-3711A 1, I, personnel, 1, solid waste, 2, recovery court community work program, B, Section 2.2-3711A 8, legal consultation with legal counsel.
And it's actually A7, consultation with legal counsel, actual or probable.
Oh,
That's
that's
right.
right, yeah.
Okay, excuse me.
Okay, we have a motion to go into closed session. Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a motion and a second that we go into closed session.
Yes.
All in favor, vote the usual way of voting. Aye also.
I put the wrong
certification for a closed meeting. Peggy.
I'd like to make a motion to certify that the only thing that was discussed was what we went into closed session for pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A 1 and 8, A Section 2.2-3711A 1, I for personnel, 1 solid waste, 2 recovery court community work program, B, Section 2.2-3711A7, consultation with legal counsel. I made that motion.
Okay. I have a motion, do I have a second that?
Second.
Motion and a second that we certify that we only discuss those issues. How do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker? And Ms. Slus?
Aye.
And do we have any matters that, to take up out of closed meeting?
Yeah. I'll make a motion that we hire Clinton Stanley for the part-time position, solid waste position, and give the county administrator the authority to hire the number 2 candidate in case Clinton doesn't take the job.
And I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second to hire Clinton Stanley as our part-time person at the truck shop. Any discussion? Ms. Les, how do you vote?
Well, I have a little bit of a disagreement. I think we should have hired, so I'm gonna say no.
Mr. Thacker? Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also.
And.
Do I have any more motions to come out of closed session?
Excuse me. I'd like to make a motion to make recovery court coordinator a full-time position subject to the state grant funding.
Okay, do I have a second?
I say, okay.
Okay, have a motion and a second to make the coordinator a full-time position at state funding. Okay. Any discussion? I have a motion and a second, correct? Mr. Hall, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker? And Ms. Slus?
Aye.
And I also. You have another motion?
We have I'd like to make another motion to give the Commonwealth Attorney authority to hire a part-time coordinator with funding that's already in the budget.
It's got to just be for the community work program, correct?
Oh, yes, community work program, sorry.
Okay. Have a motion to allow the Commonwealth Attorney to hire the part-time coordinator? Is that what it is?
For community work.
For community work program?
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mrs. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sless?
Aye.
And I also. Any additional matters to out of closed session?
I don't think so.
None. Hearing none, the next item on our agenda is supervisor's comment. I will start, I guess, Ms. Sless, I'll start with you.
Okay, I just wish everybody has a happy Labor Day, get off, and wish everybody, and I want to wish best wishes to the Ridgeview football team and the Ridgeview girls volleyball team and any other team that's playing at Ridgeview.
Mr. Thacker, you want to be next?
Yeah. I just want to apologize to the people that's needing the road work done. We've had some issues at the truck shop with mechanical failure of the road grader, and we needed to hire a full-time, or another part-time person to help take up some slack, and we done that tonight, and we'll try to get to your roads as quick as we can.
Ms. Kaiser?
I'd just like to say it's been a relatively good meeting. Wish everybody a safe and happy last summer weekend of Labor Day weekend. I'd like to wish my youngest grandson happy birthday on his 11th birthday. And 11 years ago next month, he was hospitalized with E. coli meningitis, E. coli bacterium meningitis that he gave himself, and he was a sick baby to be just a month old, but he is here and growing boy at 11 years old today.
Mr. Hall.
I'd just like to say that, kind of what Richard said, we've had some issues at the truck shop and the roads, we're getting to them as fast as we can. They're hopefully gonna get back on track here, and we'll get them all done. And I'd like to mention, that as a board, we're trying to stay within our budget that we approved, and I think it's really important that we try to stick to that the best we can, leave that contingency money there for things that we don't know anything that's gonna happen, and, we don't wanna get into a situation where, we're running out of money again, so I appreciate everybody trying to stick to that.
I guess my turn. I would like to thank all my board members for making my motions and my seconds and, putting up with me. And I want to keep order as being chairman, and I told y'all that when you put me in, I wanted to keep order. And so, anyway, Peggy wished hers 11th birthday. My 11-year-old's playing volleyball at Ridgeview this evening, and I have a 5-year-old great-granddaughter that will turn 5 this year. And also I'll mention that we played ball Saturday, and everybody wants to know, are we from Clintwood? And we're not from Clintwood. We told them we were from Ridgeview. And we want them to understand that we are not Clintwood people, we're Ridgeview people. And our whole travel team is all from Ridgeview, except one girl from Norton plays with them. And other than that, they're all from Ridgeview. And we tell them, no, we're not from Clintwood, we're from Ridgeview. And I think we need to recognize that we are a consolidated school. We're not divided, we're consolidated. And I just like to thank everyone. Thank Larry for us going through the interviews yesterday. It did take some time, and we had some good candidates, and it's a very hard decision, and I'm glad I didn't know any of them when we interviewed them. So I interviewed them with an open opinion of each one of them, and I wish we could hire all of them. We had some good candidates. And I guess that's about it, and I need a motion to adjourn, I guess.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
And I also.
Yay!